Hello, welcome. It's good to see y'all, my lovely stars. We're gonna do episode 1 of The Devil instead of a build day, because. Oh my god, do I hear the. I think the Lego sets might be arriving right now. Wait, let's see. No, it's just the normal mail. Okay. Yeah, well, Yeah, so we're doing this mostly also because I don't have anything to build right now. Just how the timing worked out. Oh well. Uh Want to get this done anyway. It's good. So, if you weren't with us last night and you missed episode 0, just go and watch that. The VODs are there. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm running late because I woke up late. Just how it rolls sometimes. But let's get into it. Update? What do you mean there's an update for the game that I played last night? There. Update done. Fine. It's not like that was a big update anyway. Alright. Back to the library. And one thing I noticed late in the night last night was that the default window size was a little large from my view, because I think it's cutting off just a little bit for me. So I'm gonna try and turn it down a little bit, maybe. There. All right. So, ready for episode 1 of The Devil. Let's see. I wonder where in the world this is taking place, because she's got that bolus tie. Do you think this is Texas? She certainly got that. Certainly got that. The Texan booze. What is high roller mode? In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and auto saves will be disabled as well. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Um. Well, but it's also implied that most of the world is covered in cities now, so it doesn't have to be New York City, because the entire world is like as you said, like 99% of the map is covered by pixels or light or something, you know, by neon. I don't remember. Let's go with the high roller. I still gonna do the tutorials though. Start by getting a save on the books. Yeah. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Figures you'd notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say something. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. Hey, good morning. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. Thank you. I'm dressed for court. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes, probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return. No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Glassum. Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Oof. This is one of them warm androids. Oof. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Fuck off, copper. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lining up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice, or he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before we can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. L30. Leo. You do something new with your uniform. Good morning to you. Good morning to you too, Morgan, citizen. To answer your questions, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed recording of my maintenance history, you make a request at 4. I've got it. It just must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalism that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Alright, let me real quickly. Any new info? Likes, trigonometry, rooftops, bonfires, dislikes, sunburns, baths, karaoke, exercises by swimming, hidden talent baking, ooh, body count. You cannot ask someone that. Aw, because she has both kinds of body count. Only most recent one. Oh, wait. I have credits now. Real quickly. What are these anyway? Alright, well, first of all, black phone case, obviously. Second of all, let's go with the Morgan charm. Oh, no, maybe not. It's a little bit too distracting. What exactly are these? Let's see. Emma, deep in thought. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it. Oh, it's a charm. Good. Yeah, good. Well, we're doing that one. Oh. I'm sorry. If you want to hang out later, of course, you know. But I was gonna show you. Well, I mean, you've played this, but there, got our phone. Cute. Huh. Scars honorably earned in line of duty, scanning the streets for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? Just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it. The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. You can't work the plier without Schwinn up on the roof, so... Piler without Schwinn... Okay, yeah. I don't know. Take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man already walking away tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. Coppers, as in like cops, yeah, you know? Or, no, automated dependence, okay. Duh, well that's what the conversation was about, was the robot, you know, there's robot stuff, yeah. Can't have hate speech against something that's not alive, apparently. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop now a charging station. What the fuck is this? Oh, alright. Foot touched something. A passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. The small woman beside him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days. His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. Kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he's stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Yeah, fuck him. Oh no, that's just... Owen with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. Yeah, body mods, we went over this. You can turn... Yeah. Yep, I think that's probably the same entry even as yesterday. With a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Alan, walk her around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently this call can't wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by coos and giggles coming from a child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. Ads, that was the, yeah, automotive defendants. Again, same entry as last time. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else, you're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan, citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. A 30-year-old? Well, okay. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 and my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. Of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today I'm going to buy a gun. Interesting. So what do you think are current... I didn't read the report quick enough, something about a 30-year-old dying. What do you think your current MO is? I don't mind. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Oh, look. Sup? Desk personality setting 6, the cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent, that kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, she'd be an idiot to use it for murder with all the, regulations and tracking software. Provide selection options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers with spread and PA fire options available. My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, I'd have to at least be small enough to... This would go a lot faster if I just told the desk what I wanted. Be patient. I don't want it to seem like I know what guns are like, because I definitely don't have experience as a serial killer that has killed people with guns. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulders sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium and short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet, but they also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers. Barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. Proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force which... Ooh. Yeah. Miss. That just means, like, to completely, yeah. Verb. Slang for shoot, destroy, kill, especially against living things. Yep. Alright. That's horrible. It's horrible. The future is horrible. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All these convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why do I feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. Yeah. We've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Ooh, yay. Stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ish. Should we clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asks customers not to litter. Can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash, this flyer? It's scannable? Stagnancy theory, really. They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. A stagnant world. Modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in this groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark now. It feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. Oof. Ugh. Yeah, that's the future. Shit. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. I feel like this might be a crime just to read. Probably leading to a collection dish or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Yeah. Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Oof. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis, but I've got practice with that sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why, the 12-6 work week gives us more free time than ever. 12 hours a day, 6 days a week? No! No! We lost Saturday. Our fallen savior. 14, I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. Oof, girl. How term limits are anti-democracy. No! Woof. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. What do you mean? Are you saying that the warm android oxidizing fluid is able to be used as blood? Oh, that's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... Animate 16, yes, we read this last time. Oh. Of course. VOD will always be there for you. I do actually save the VODs afterwards, so in theory I will eventually be able to set up a YouTube channel for them. I just keep not. I should do that. I forgot to. I did work for the stream on the weekend and I forgot to do that. I just completely forgot. But I'll get it set up. You take care. I'm sorry that your internet is shit today. My voice is shit today anyway. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital Keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. And a blitz of cross posts on 90 different socials translated into all 11 dominant languages. Only 11? The supposed hacktivist, radical conversationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. The posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports. Lobos' latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Yeah. Societe Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not, in good faith, resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. Yeah. Spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeat attacks acts of terror against the free market. Oh, that looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? Nope. Never. Someone using their name. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. What was the question? Okay, well, looks like Lobo hacked Google, so that would actually return their result instead of the AI bullshit. Well, that's interesting. I mean, they do want de-escalation, but like they also want that ransom money. Wait, wrong one. Yeah. Batteries. Gotta finding over the metals to make batteries, of course. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. Oh, alright. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system along with the N-Weight system of androids must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or no, they wouldn't risk fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language misinformation, maybe trying to authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead, including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. July 1st, 2086. It has been 1 month since the last episode. The gun was lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. Would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Oh, cool. We're gonna see how she lives. Honestly, not as bad as I thought. What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling my pocket for my lighter? Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic, and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. Kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't have a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad, expensive tastes. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. Oh, well, she knew David, huh? Okay, there's no way this is not an egg. There's no way this isn't an egg. October 28th, need the program. Street food, crowds, fishing, dislikes brain freeze, driving lint, eyeglasses, custom designed by Fiamma, shampoo, expensive, sense of humor, unique. I mean, I guess you could just have not changed your name. Or hey, maybe it's the future. Maybe names aren't gendered anymore. David. The news might have more information by now. Wait a second. I know. Didn't. Not evidence. Yeah, whatever. Ill-fitting quote. Oh. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist. He first received worldwide. Yeah. Egg. Graduate work in intelligent programming. Writing a body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution. They retained the original patent on the Turing solution for the rest of his life. He was famously unlitigious, but most industry experts estimates the Turing solution exists in some form in 92% of active automated dependent source codes. Was placed at the front and center of Noble. Many considered him to be the unofficial face of the company. Life graced. So quickly edited to have past tense, I see. Yeah, unusually large amount of edits in the last 44 minutes, huh? Micro celebrities. Ooh. Yeah, when did he die? Oh, Morgan. Hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her. Hi, Jess. Yeah, who are you? Executive assistant at Noble Electronics. Dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes. Dislikes hangovers, soft mattresses, and machismo. Charm point, her earnest smile. Okay, keep that in mind. Relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards. The best at reading the stock market. Okay, cool. Hi, Jess. Listen, I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have. Duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like this to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed. But it's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry I'd hear it from a stream, Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? Could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I wanted more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time, and I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved. They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Nova's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask you something. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. It's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. Nice. Wi-Fi acquired. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling this well, Will, already, are you? The will. Oh, jeez. The police are involved with me a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Inhaler. No, please don't hold back on my account. Dave asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related, but he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since this turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often or more quickly than strictly necessary. That's when I only have to worry about the police. With Nova looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides, my own morbid curiosity. Well, yeah. No, there is a logical reason. Because, you know, you and David were friends, and yeah, I don't know. Thanks, Morgan, thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't have to have anything you wear in black, do you? Ooh, yes. In transit. Yeah, super highways are just highways, but even larger. Arts and crafts, oof. Cobbled together, always adding on to, never finished, never planned. Yep, that's a highway. Jeez. I know many a places that are just constantly under construction like that, yeah. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make, but the end result's still ugly. Yeah. Feels like it could fall apart at any moment. Yeah. Okay, Morgan, you look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. If I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Rip. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why does all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, true. Went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not for me. Haha. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry, and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10, shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking for advice. Okay. I guess this never sunk in. Because you spend most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. Oh, so is this your attorney mentor? She the one who trained you? Okay. I didn't have that many dealings with Megs that owned their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to I don't know. Gross. Yeah, fucking. I don't know. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Haha, stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in where I got shit deep in corporate intrigue. Or balls deep? What's the saying? Whatever. Why? Because I got caught blank, blank, blank up the blank of Analyfe's 45 poster girl. Good for you, girl. God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vent. Get it. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. I mean, yeah. Who doesn't want to stab their boss? Or their shitty coworker? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck boy. Something shit. I don't know. It's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. Yeah, I gotta get in, get out. You know. What's a Viking? Girl. Fair. Okay, so yeah, get out before they torch the building. Yeah. Oh. Oh no. Should work smarter. Well. Gen Alpha. No. No. The future. Time marches on. You did literally fall asleep on the job. Hot. I mean, you know. Yeah, at the Xmas party. Well, if it's an Xmas party, that's not really on the job, is it? But also... Hey, yeah. What is that? What is that? How do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old forts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Victoria Masters. Yeah. Weight depends on the time of the day? Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes handsome men, pretty women, expensive liquor. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, flying commercial. Jewelry, 24 karat. Age, difficult to verify. Smokes, cigars, Death 13 cigarettes, and other adult stuff. Alright, well, yeah. Got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments, boutique shops with more cameras than customers, penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media and all encircled by onlookers. Can try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about. Ooh, yeah. Let's start with this one. I saw that headline, by the way, the one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy. Because they're still writing sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. Thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day this story dropped. A big patriot campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military, but I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world, and they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. From the temp contract when I was graduating. Let's see, yep. We've read this before. It's put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Oof. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we call the company dorms back then, on account of all the people. Oh. Plus it was underground. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I'd won the lottery. Said I should come work for him, Dr. David Asher, directly. A random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday afternoon. Day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, Still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right, thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. I'm guessing you've already been to his place. Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I mean, with the cops stacking on the media stacked on the lawyers. Yeah, there's a lot of people crammed into that place probably. Each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's a very high productivity atmosphere, is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night? They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night, and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in his circle, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours. Seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Yeah. Smells like a cover-up. Yeah. Oh god. Sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... Well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. Then the rest of the company's people seemed pretty entrenched. Yep. Lawyers before the police. 9 p.m. Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silent mode, and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Someone last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put my heels this morning. Gonna expire? Oof. 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 Is that the TikTok speech of the future? Oh. Heels this morning. Me. They can do that to your phone, lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock, but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30. Hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. What about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak? I see. Died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. A Noble Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until he reached the hospital for some reason? Or... Hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Just I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that I couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Just trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well... I don't know, exactly. What is it? You have no idea. He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank, then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside. Right. He was very clear about that part. Your eyes only, straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. It's all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even if he had every right to be. He wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when you met, he had already decided it's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing? More importantly, it's not helpful. Dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. Probably right. Yep. Right in. Platea? Noble Employee Housing Building, Platea. Platea? Platea. Platea. Lobby. Just kidding, right. It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-bodied, closing ranks with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a sphere perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edge of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all these people? Well, they've always been people with strong feelings about our products. Androids step forward into the mob, gently, firmly unfeeling, parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built with David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. Yeah, work at Noble, run for Noble. You know. Company towns kind of deal. Yeah. Oof. Official company crematorium? That sounds a little extra dystopic. Oh, they don't actually do that last part, I think. Well, I mean, there's an official company crematorium, though, right? Oh, yeah. Well, we're getting to it now. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit, actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Hmm. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So, who do we need permission from, the cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement. How do you have a basement for a penthouse? Exactly what... I mean, that's not a basement. That's just like a lower floor. They're still above everyone else. That's not a basement. Whatever. Okay. Alright, just gotta get up and get to the home. But yeah. It's London, everybody. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain... Huh, you're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see this monkey one around. She's taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm. Detective Reyes is around. Why? You miss her that bad? Yeah, she's not exactly endearing. Oof. But, I mean, you know, she is in a Yuri kind of way. Likes fall colors, morning air, dimples. Dislikes touchscreens, cheap earbuds, white rum. Cats or dogs? Both. Good at coming up with the nicknames. Bad at remembering birthdays. Well, likewise. You might have guessed Detective and I are acquaintances. Comes with the line of the work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow. Me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong. But, close as we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. The rules, there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it. Don't worry. Just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Jess is totally into him, but you know, all right. Goddamn cowboy. Oh, there it is. So there's that one streak of gray right here and right here. Okay, I see it. He's got the one line of gray. The one line. Okay. Fair. I'm not entirely sure how Columbo fully wings it. I think Columbo definitely just plays up the bumbling act. He knows. Columbo knows. Oh, conflict of interest, yeah. Wait. Or is it fucking... what the fuck? There it is. Conflict of... that would have been a conflict of interest, like as if you didn't, like as if in the previous episode you didn't defend someone from for for a murder that you yourself committed. Girl, that's also the definition of conflict of interest. But you know, I will. Let's see. Hey. But yeah. Thank you. Really, this is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's alright, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We want to be setting foot anywhere near him. Staging area, Detective. Alright, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up, just a lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions. Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer it. Not entirely up to me. Let me get a save on the book real quickly. Fair. Looking a bit haggard, how long have you been here anyway? Since this morning, but civilized folks don't call it morning when the street lights are still on. Even if you got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble and the lady had laid land. So sounds like you could use a break. Here's a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Also, I don't know if you're that old, you know? Actually, in this future day and age, maybe he is that old. Maybe everyone's worked to the bone so quickly that his age is actually kind of unusual. For at least, you know, anyone younger than Gen Alpha. I regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead. He wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation, as far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. A hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. No, oh, thank him for not letting me... Oh, yeah. Not afraid yet. Decline save victim. Detective, Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash? Yeah, you're, well, sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it was only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. Definitely read this one already. Yeah. Wait a second. Where was I? Search terms, as was. Meg is a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations or anyone who works for them. But I'd like to point out this first part to refer to the derogatory and hateful term for the mega corporations. But... Okay, so this is still called a derogatory term, Copper, but Yeah, so predators can't... Oh, or corporations? Fuck. Yeah, keep animals... Fuck that. Yeah, okay. Corporations have been legally classified as a living person. Fuck them. Hmm. Oof. That's a lot of data. Every android in the building, but what about... Okay, that all the... Oof. There's a lot of corporate execs probably whose data security just got breached, and there's gonna be some oof. Yeah. Never owned a single android. Well, yeah, because he's the one who invented the code, so he knows how alive they are. He's not gonna own a slave if he was a good guy, which is what everyone keeps saying. Well, at least that's what Morgan keeps saying. And I guess I trust, you know, if she says someone's a good guy, I have to believe it, you know? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, well, okay, that too. That too. If it's just, you know. Yeah. And being able, you know, just the repeating of his own work back to him constantly. Yeah, trying to get away from I got to get away from work, not bring it into my home, right? You know? Sensible. Honestly, y'all, keep work at home separate as much as you can. Don't become a streamer like me. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Controversial. Androids especially are controversial, yeah. We here, we at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but that was a, you know, no need to quote the handbook at us. Yeah, that was a company line right there. Uh, Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that, ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalizing them is less than pointless, because unlike us, they're all insured. Yeah. Besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right. Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is probably done right here at home. Somehow I doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the nation's economy. Alright, now, listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here, but we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement, David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor of the roof, so its basement would be second to last floor if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, you don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. Kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Oh, yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. Alright, yeah, you know, this is a great idea. Hanging around with the cops? Ugh. Protesters and brand loyalists. Oof. They're like insects. The Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Yes, the misunderstood genius, who everyone knows, everyone respects, everyone credits as being responsible for making ads as popular as they are. Definitely misunderstood. Totally. You know, he died misunderstood in his penthouse suite. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. Platea. Penthouse. Alright. This is what? His laboratory? Are we in the basement now? His shop, he called it. Okay, this is the... we had to go through the workshop to get to the basement. Why do we have to go through the workshop to get to the basement? What's in the basement that has to be... that the workshop being connected to it is a good idea? Yeah, no, yeah. Don't mention it. I'm just gonna, stand around awkwardly silent. For a little bit. What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not looking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. At least she's already wearing gloves. Oh, I am, yeah. Yep, Morgan is wearing. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh! Look, if David had something to give to me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Great, after you. Right, quiet as a church mouse. Wait, what did she say? Did she say church house? Yeah, quiet as a church house. Yeah, the saying is a mouse. But, honestly, are churches quiet in the future? Like, how's religion doing? How are the Christians in this cyberpunk dystopia? Excuse you, cyber Christian. Okay, I'm okay. But now it doesn't seem like the time to correct her. Yeah. Yeah, well, what's goddamn Jim? David Hayek says, always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling, what's so funny? Nothing, just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? Okay. Okay. I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But our guide told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could. Is that the vault over there then? Yeah? It's got the rich guy car display and the fucking wall of booze. Like, this doesn't feel. This feels performative. Why is the Why is the performative like rich guy basement through the access is through the workshop? Why there's got to be another way in and out of the basement, right? Because having the only access through the workshop would be kind of weird. Like, all right, y'all, time to entertain in my parking garage man cave. Let's walk through my workshop to get there. Don't you know the combination? No, I don't know the combination. David's basement vault. Oh no. How could I have? He didn't tell you or give you a code or gave me the code to get into the building and the parking garage. Not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. We would have. In fact, I think he probably did. Okay, so no one knows the code to the safe. That's just great. Sounds good. Alright then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basics anti-hack. Okay. What the fuck is a Tethys? Tethys is the largest online shopping and consumer shipping corporation on Earth and a dominant economic force that frequently courts controversy by skirting monopoly and labor law in every nation in which it operates. And yes, we really do have everything for sale, so ditch this lame-o search engine and head over to our online store to find what you're really looking for. Hot stuff. Okay, yeah, sure. 6-character password, okay. 1 million possible combinations. Oh. I really want to try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I'm gonna try them all. I'm gonna try all the passwords. Alright. Then I'm not trying passwords. Screw that. Oh, a different terminal. Cotter security systems. According to the label, maybe it controls the whole room. Damn, it's password protected too, and the code's 64 digits long. Oh shit. What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egg-headed? Okay, yeah, a programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. Yeah, what's an IoT? Internet of Things. Oh yeah. Internet of Things. We went over this last time. Yeah. 6-digit vault, nothing. You're not a lockpick. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. Doctor, not a... And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in his safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games. And he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. Yeah, there's no way. Hmm. Nostalgia's sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. Alright, okay. Oh, what's this? Feels like something you drag your feet on at the gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class, but expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That or David left a jackhammer on overnight. Interesting. David's wine collection. Still towering over the room. Oh, well. Booze and wine. Of course. Yeah, I didn't like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all the shelves. Not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. Which ones? There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was Murda 81. Can't be significant. It could be significant, except vintage only lists the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. What the It's a very big painting. And it's a impressionist? No, cubicle? Cubist, which is still incorrect. That real time that was not yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. Big orange blue painting. Predator is an oil on canvas painting by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Heistrup. Arguably his most well-known work, it was displayed in the Krullerheim Centre d'Art Moderne for 9 months before Heistrup entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular massive canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, Heistrup replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." Oh, well, okay. Huh. I don't fucking know. God fucking. I don't know. I'm not good at cracking safes like this. 11/25/58. Oh, okay. Hey, cool. Hey, wait a second. 1 second. Let me. All right. Oh, okay. Well, there's an Android inside the safe. Okay. I guess. Okay. Oh, that is in fact an actual barcode. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Snoring? A snoring android? They've officially done it. They've made them. They've made them human. That's why he died. Step 4 and place the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18. Biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax, Gemini cultures, but the... Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable. Since you seem surprised, Jess, hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Yeah. We... Mm-hmm. We read that one yesterday. It's very cutting edge, bleeding edge, judging by the flesh in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not, approve? Got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical? Practical. I don't know how to turn it on. Oh, do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn around or... Wake up! A little less give them than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity remarkably lifelike. Place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake. But it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit. I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First of all, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Junk power switch. Right, huh? Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll... Gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. Might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number? Oof. Alright. Good luck at work. What the fuck is a GIN number? GIN. Generic Identification Number. Okay, fair. Coded barcode. Early on in the automated dependent industrial revolution, concerned about the lessening gap between man and machine led government to pass laws mandating that all ads clearly identify themselves as such to counteract rampant disinformation and identity theft campaigns. Runs by standard GIN code onto Android bodies, most commonly on the cheek, above the collarbone, or on the back of the hand. Some companies place GIN on the wrist, but this quickly incurred backlash. Oh. Okay. Fake GIN barcodes, fins, are one of the most commonly requested tattoos. The vast majority of reputable parlors will draw a line through the barcode once finished to avoid breaking identity laws. There are some clients who care little about the consequences. MMA fighter Sam Paka infamously sports a GIN tattoo across his right knuckles and makes a show of signing a check to pay the fine for displaying a false GIN on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. Damn. Yeah, of course. Yeah. There's no way there's a user manual for a bleeding edge prototype like this. You broke a heel, but you carry glue. Does that mean heels are that fucking, like, stupid in the future? Like, come on, girl, get better heels. But, of course, they don't make them good anymore, do they? No, not the heels. Oh, that much of klutz? Okay, well, okay. Ooh, 3D printer. Yeah, what is a programmer doing with all this? I get the feeling like he manufactured the android here in his own lab. Yeah. Highlighted the most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Oh no. I hope this email finds you like the stone axe I wish it was. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit limitations, but androids are supposed to look like people and more like them and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. Fair. But no, yeah. He definitely manufactured that android here in his workshop. And it is as human as could be, like, absolutely. That's for my last email. Looks like a fairly normal computer if I'm lucky. Security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username. Vocal commands. David Asher? Morgan. Guest? Thank you for logging in as guest. I didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search for on this computer? Android basement, Morgan. Let's start by searching for me. Find the results on the local drive. Can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personal format. Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight. Alright, buddy. A little invasive, don't you think? Yeah, why does he have my DNA and fingerprints? It's not in any database. I made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Alright. Wait. No. Go back. I wanted to look at the other stuff. No. I wanted to read the other stuff. Damn. Yeah, fair. If the law is only about buying or selling, then it doesn't matter if you're the one who made it. Cause yeah, he's literally, I mean because he's probably literally the only one who could circumvent that that law by just making it himself. Yeah. Okay, so I guess you're gonna have to... You have to make out with the android to turn it on. That's what I'm hearing. No, employee... No! No! Don't do that. Don't have an employee DNA database. Oh. Now, where to find the lock? Okay, so it's probably the hand, but I want to. Okay, you know what? This is worth saving. Oh, okay. Placing my finger in her mouth. Fair. But, you know, just gonna stick my finger in her mouth. Oh, that's still not doing it, huh? Come on. Do I really need to push my finger deeper, jiggle the key? Man, you went right in there. You touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Hey. Sarah. Good morning. Long beat. Good morning to you, too. Cute. Alright, yep. Just stuck my finger in her mouth. Yep. Hello, I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name unknown. No, Morgan is my father told me about you. Ah, he did? Wait. Father? David. You had it call you daddy? We're referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me, transferring ownership? Ownership? That is incorrect. That is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you're supposed to pass on. Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure, I'll give you two. Or, well, give you some privacy, Morgan? I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes, thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Who is this little child? Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on, and he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model lifelike with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins? Just what are you, anyway? Forgot my name already. It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That'd be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No, should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I mean, do you know why you were created? Boom. Why you were born? Why? Why me? Why are you doing this? You're a freak. A monster. What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Okay, so she thinks her purpose is to murder. Or something. Poof. Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Intelligent programmentalistic waiting. Body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution, named for supposedly being the answer to all past, present, and future Turing tests. True to its name, David Asher's base code has yet to fail any Turing test, a test designed to determine if given answers come from a human or machine applied to it with a success rate below 99.97%. A number of think tanks, charities, and corporations hold bounties to design new Turing tests for the sole purpose of running them against David Asher's work, though none have announced the awarding of any prize money thus far. Alright, yeah. Occam's razor? Oh, I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I'll give a similar answer. I was created because the father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Fair. Yeah, I mean, you know. Yeah, she's a lawyer. And a psychopath. You're a lawyer and I defeated you with logic. Does that mean I get a law degree now? Class high power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So, do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustices? Sue corporate corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless? Uh-huh. Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give you a satisfactory answer. Oh, for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturers, any ideas of any designer? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He found a way. Life finds a way. He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's got to be someone in the company who can ID this thing. Help me figure out what's so important about it. Don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body's comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. Yeah, no. She's straight up just a manufactured, you know, like, organic, techno-organic human or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Oh, she's got a heart. Yeah, oh. Ah, her skeleton is titanium. Of course. Ah, titanium skeleton, nanoweave fiber and shock absorption alloy muscles. But otherwise, the rest of her is pretty... Oh, grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. Nice. Sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour? Oof. 6 meter vertical jump, approximately. Ah, she's the Superman of androids. Always restrained, always making sure she doesn't accidentally, like, murder everyone just by not, you know, yeah. Oh, the weightlifting equipment was for her. Yeah. I have other features I can tell you about if you like. Yeah, she's not an infiltration model. She just happens to be incredibly tough. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That's all it. This thing's a weapon, sure as I. Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality. I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. Just a pincushion, aren't you? Oh, prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Okay, sure, pincushion. Got an idea? Not sure what to do? Stick it in the pincushion. I don't know if it'll break down. I think she's, But even, A one-man's pincushion could actually be very viable and functional then, yeah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me. He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, I don't know. What's that? That word you called me, what was it? I don't know. From classical Hebrew. Translated literally means my lord. Alright. Do you prefer that I call you master? No? Very good, Adonai. Why did David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay designed to resemble and obey their masters. Okay. Golems. Yeah? Golems. Okay, so we're just, we're just pulling some, yeah, alright. Sure you would. Yeah, he's dead, girl. Sorry to tell you this, but, yeah. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night, understood? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? Police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being... Yeah, she doesn't have that command. She's not just any droid. They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me... Look, Sarah... I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearman. My name is Sarah. You use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, police will realize that soon enough. Police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Yeah. And a friend, yeah. Okay, so are you trying to hire me as his lawyer or something? Yeah, she can't... we already discussed that conflict of interest thing. Yeah. Let's go. We need to... Oh, owed him a favor. Okay. 1 favor. The night starts here, Spearman. That was between him and me. Father's gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you'll prove Father didn't kill himself, and you'll make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Okay, girl. I see. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. Got my attention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you'll prove that Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview, and I am far from useless. I can't... the ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? A defense attorney, not a police detective. And David was my friend, not my client. Can you tell a lie? I'm capable of making statements that are false. Guess I'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. Interesting. Loopholes. Legal loopholes from the criminal lawyer. Okay, so go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Yeah, well, what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh. Do all of them have asthma? That's interesting. That's something to note. Oh, okay, so what's the inhaler about then? Adroxane inhalers, corporate use. First legalized in 2083, the stimulant sold under the name Adroxane has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. As a Class 2 stimulant of least concern, employees of any corporation in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight can have access to Adroxane without a prescription so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to their work performance. Workplace Adroxane, as it is sometimes called, is dispensed through biomonitor enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervised discretion. Unsubstantiated claims that Adroxane was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough of a stir that in 2083 a formal investigation committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. Oh, well, yeah, it's definitely a recreational drug that is now being used as a stimulant. Yeah. Wow. These corporations are getting their fucking, it's some kind of it's both working as a stimulant to keep them working, but also it's getting them just a little bit addicted to keep them loyal to the company, ain't it? Fuck. Hey, Emma. And Reyes. Threesome, maybe? No. That's why she's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. Hey, I want to see your new updated profile. Alright. Assistant District Attorney. Milk tea. Likes milk tea, white noise, black lace. Black lace is good. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, ink stains. Reads true crime, bodice rippers. Best at getting the staff's attention. Worst at deciding what to order. Yeah, nice girl. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Meg, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? Huh. I see, I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. Ooh, Reyes' profile. Let's see, likes chewing gums, sports drinks, biking. Dislikes babysitting, audiobooks, manspreading. Relax when shopping for groceries, struggling with remembering lyrics. Default status, do not disturb. Yeah. I've been there, girl. Oh, his signature pose? Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. Reyes is a pop star, Stan. Can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Right. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous... Okay, what's this? Let's see. Stage name of a singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage persona's intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of chart-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural reset music videos. In just the last 3 years, she has come to be considered the leading living figure in pop music and popular culture realm. Official age listed as 1,086 years old, she released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on to peak at number 1 on the Billboard Top 100 and the Rubicon Digital Singles Chart and the Night Music Video Streaming Chart, or whatever, making it one of the fastest selling singles in history. Wow, she's that big a star, but she has actual relative anonymity. That's impressive. When a retired facial analyst expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative for a record company met with the press to clarify that she is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kokoi's voice. Explain. Iceberg. Explain. Luna Tropic 4 tickets. Where to buy? Okay. Yeah. She is. That means she's someone. That means she's someone we're gonna meet during the course of this game, and we're not gonna meet her as her pop star self. She's gonna be like someone else, and yeah. What am I about to say? Oh well, I'm still surprised to see you're here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Huh. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disturb your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is, I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying around in the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will, Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient, isn't it? Now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? Suicide. Yeah, sure. Contest the charge. Yep, gonna contest, argue against it, Yeah. Police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not for trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Preliminary hearing is a step in the criminal court process in which the judge or jury will evaluate whether... Fair. Insisting on formality. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest, and I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's, and it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, thought, that is David Asher, communicated to me as a matter of record the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Oh, her first name's Evangeline. That's actually... I kind of like that, yeah. Evangeline. Pass some moves. Which... Oh. No, wait, seriously, your name's Evangeline?
Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? Well, she was born the day after Christmas, so... Well... It's not that funny. Oh no, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kukuya is on tour, Detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-olds. Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic. Or were we just... No, I want more of this. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. No, there wouldn't be a sentencing, but the adjunct will render a verdict, and verdicts have consequences even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health, like whether he was in his right mind or not. You know anything about estate tax law, Detective? No, but I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets will suddenly be thrown into legal limbo, in which case the state would be legally obligated to come and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money. I'm almost disappointing you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example, never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I want to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual properties, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Yeah, fair. It's a gamble. Wait, I hear those words, and I immediately go save. Don't think changed by the end of the day. The whole country is going to hear about suicide. By the end, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The sheriffs will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I still feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. Okay, so in this legal system, the defense attorney is in fact allowed to investigate, apparently. Alright. I don't know. I think most are like him, but most are like her. Yeah, let's go with the ACAB, the more ACAB answer, because let's be fair. Comes from being short. Most cops are short. Yes. Right. Well, I see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck, both of you.
What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now, probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. Get me registered? Among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? Yeah, he's at the morgue. Hmm. Hmm. When I searched, found nothing. Thanks for the old call. Okay, so there's a musician. So he knows Kaguya. Or, I, well, no, she's not gonna have it. It's gonna be, no, it's us. Search term. Yeah, Kaguya. Yeah, yeah. Time and date expunged. Precinct 112, huh? Detainment room 1. And who would you even called? I don't know. Okay, well. Who are you again? My latest guardian, new foster parent. I want to call you mommy. I'm not really the motherly type. Heyo, you might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pig, skipping school's a felony now? Hacking into government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't have even known they'd been robbed until they saw their passwords showing up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way at home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. Trans. Yeah, lawyers are a lot better than guardians. Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you no matter what, because that's how they get paid. How good are you at your job? Fair. Cool. So we have a little trans child hacker on the down low payroll. Hello, monkey. It's pronounced core. One core. An archaic term for a dog, an abandoned mutt or stray. Aww. Aww. Fuck. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So you've got this little child on blackmail actually. Got a got her a good good deal, and now she's yours. All right, occupation student hacker, but don't put that down obviously. Well, I mean, okay. Likes haptics, synth music, cinnamon toast. Dislikes teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks. Values rarity, originality, history, vibes. Fave subject none. Worst subjects literature, social studies, athletics. All right, cool. Like a Gucci suspender. I'm just realizing that that's like, what the fuck? All right. Or that's a Q, not a G, but you know, coochie. Um, yeah, mornings do suck. The afternoons are better. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. Yeah, find somebody. Yeah, no, you whatever. You don't have homework. But to know the last time you've ever done your own homework is during the class it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. I've got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Jodan vintage reps, Fran. Okay, so okay. Hmm. Oh. Gonna send you health. Blackmailing you to have your parole officer give you self-help workbooks if you don't hack the databases for me. Diabolical. Fine. I get it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician? Knowing you, this will be electro swing or some other awful. Last name Powell or Parker, and that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles. Wait, Asher, you're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon, within the hour ideally. Within the... You know, I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you on time? A musician. Find him. Okay. Very expressive when you talk, but yeah. Yeah, but Sarah, that's your adopted sister. So like, you know. Oh, very autistic. God, you know, make sure everyone knows what you're thinking by over telegraphing it. But yeah. Taking notes and move heavy objects, and she'll do more eventually, right? Yeah. Honestly, I mean, taking notes and moving heavy objects, I mean, fair enough, you know. Halfway to being a paralegal. All right. Hey, Sarah's bio finally. All right. Let's have UAD. Occupation unemployed paralegal. Oh, excellent. Click. Yeah. Interesting. Right clicking is apparently the back button. Huh. Yeah. Likes martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Dislikes static, blackouts, elevators. Talents. I'm good at a lot of things. Skills. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180-degree rule. Huh. Congratulations, you're halfway through.
Yeah. I'm wearing gloves and I've been, long, been in many crime scenes long before police get there in many cases. Yeah. Ooh, autopsy report? Oh, no, autopsy report. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. He died pretty quickly. Still investigating the cause of death. Hmm. Poison? Of course it's poison. Hmm. Why are you certain it's poison, Adane? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. He would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know, what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Do you mean decriminalized? Contraband Decriminalization Acts. Series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Gray Wave, where the, underground decided to fight, try to reclaim their narcotics. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the White Wave as a whole. All right. Hmm. Yeah. All right. They're made typically recreational and second. Okay, so yeah, designer drugs are custom jobs. Hmm. Nerve. The average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Yeah, gotta respect our line cooks. Yeah. Makeshift labs all the time. When I was a uniform, the equipment is cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. Hmm. Fair. Hmm.
criticizing a law. Maybe that'll be the end to make you renounce your cop ways. You know? Hmm. An outline, yeah. Or like in the movies, like in film. Connect to the police network and bring up their ARCS file. Augment reality crime scene, I see. Yeah. Alright, I am sorry, but give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna take a quick break. And this isn't really a good spot, but I have to take a quick break for a moment. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. Alright, back. Sorry for that. Alright. There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for these arcs. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting, even without looking. Chessboard and a data pad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is... Actually, wait. NF3, CX, D4, NX, D4. N? It's not quite right, because... Okay, am I just not... It is, like, I don't know the NF... Okay, what's C stand for? Night. Okay, the N is for night. Like, I thought that, but that's the C. Castle? Is C for castle? Yeah, I'm not familiar. So the thing is that I'm not familiar with the with some of these abbreviations, because it definitely looks like chess overall, but like, you know, N instead of K. Well, K for king, I guess. So N normally. I don't really do. I recognize in general. So is it always N for knight? Huh. But then C. Castle. Guess castle. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, it looks like a gambit of some kind, you know. Really? Okay, then what's the C? What's C then? I don't know. Quick notation: was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too... boring? Too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? Always admired this view. Buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the run-down, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Why are you looking at like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Let's get you forward or whatever. Yeah, scan. Oh, take a closer look at the table, not just a... Okay. Rose River Whiskey. 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than impartial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain for a lifetime in David's world. It appears the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No, even if they couldn't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. Can we? Hmm. Hmm. 2 cups, 1 empty, knocked over, and 1 mostly empty. What, cheap? Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around. I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it couldn't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. It's bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Could mean. This means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups as expected, but there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been here with him last night. Yeah, it doesn't prove when. And since we don't know who the prints belong to, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or no, there's a space for a name, but the field is black? Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes, yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely asked, sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Chancellor. I was afraid you'd say that. San, what does this mean? It means that whoever these prints belong to has very proactive representation. Yep. The department is being very considerate of the witnesses' privacy out of the respect of their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. Yeah. Yep. Legal order to... To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night, the two of them talked, and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse, all the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken, then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it? I'm guessing you didn't just take all that on faith. But I was set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. Fair. Plural lawyers. Bigwig. There's the law offices of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Cochler, Gustav, Prince & Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What does that even mean? I don't know, needed a moment to think. That was it. One chat, one... I mean... So you can watch. Cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect. Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as the dead man. As far as the department is concerned, they were nearly the second victim. They aren't dead or even ill from the sound of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup? Okay. No cams in the lab or the basement, huh? Alright. Yeah. You know, no labs in Cam's basement is for security purposes, obviously, so you can't, hack them. Yeah, that's worth investigating. This is testimony, let's see. Okay. Past luck, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were taken home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before you committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Oh. Warm androids, blood saves soldier's life. Yeah. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for the evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins. Ooh. Okay, so these androids have universal donor blood. Okay, sure. Yep. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. Well, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, talking about a military contract. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve?" No. Except they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. I mean, military contract, right? Yeah. There'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe. Oh, wait a second. Is that the pink oxidizing fluid? Is that UD? Yeah, okay. Okay, no, it's just pink because it's okay. Sure, fine. Yeah, let's read that. Yeah, contradictory guy, huh? Alright, let me make sure before I check the body that I've got everything. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Anime? Only that I'm missing something. Kitchen. Let's see, I'd guess he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. Same. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. Hmm. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job? Yeah, there are prints. Not most match the victim. But there's also, Hey, don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Salt? As I was saying, the witness's prints are on the glass. Hmm. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. I'm sure. It's bad luck. Okay, girl, you're obsessing over the salt. It's not superstition, it's ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care then. If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag. It's on. Someone check that salt. Make sure the salt isn't poisoned. No. Salt is poison, isn't it? Why would they do that? My beloved salt. Real cheap liquor, stuffed in an icebox, old habits. Left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement. That's what the cams show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that for? You hungry? I'm an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. She does eat, but she doesn't feel hunger. Interesting. I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. Well, the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by here? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. Got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus Executive Plan 4. And like most people, counselor. Yeah, most people don't have. Oh, that's part of the evidence. Oh, 3 levels, that outrank it. Alright. Hit executive level? Not like most people at all. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it. Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes. Should be plenty. Crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target. How bad can it be? Crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? What does that symbol mean? And this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? Had a heart with a bullet hole. Oh! Oh no, it's probably nothing. Yeah! Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol, or a following, or these, whatever these people are? Why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are. As Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can, we need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah? What are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on Heartbreak? Doesn't want the world to know that the A16 is sentient and homicidal? Oh my god, they think that, yeah, they do think that the A16 is one of the Heartbreak Killer is an A16. Yeah, she knows. Killing random people. Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. How does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. What the fuck is a deniable op? Noun, a fictional designation for covert actions whose existence are plausibly deniable. It's a conspiracy theory term, yeah. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got were the 6 prototypes that came before him. What the War Mandroid's so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Cyberpunk, noun, a mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk, or cyberpunk, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the theme of underdogs resisting powerful corporations or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disenfranchised to aspire to a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organization, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. Alright. Alright. Yeah. People, Heartbreak, this is goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure? Oh, well, it's me. I'm Heartbreak. But I'm not gonna, They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things, aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? Trauma or abuse? Oof. Millions. Oof. Just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like this, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. Kind of predestination. It means they never had to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility as soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer? Just. If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months in order to have killed 413,789 people. I'm sorry, what? Counted the leap years. What is the description of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakeford industrial disaster. Oh, okay. I see. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to the large number. Yep. All right. There's an industrial. Okay, I get the number now. There was an industrial accident, and she was saying how it would take a single person to killing one person, one death every day. It would take them, 1,132 years and 11 months to kill the same amount of people as a recent industrial accident. Or industrial disaster. Might not have been an accident. Yeah. Times that number by 2 for the injuries, take on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. That is a common issue with media about stuff. If it's not explicitly about something, then it can be reinterpreted to fit anyone's agenda. That's why Star Wars has a pretty serious fascist issue, because they look at it and go, ah, yes, the Empire is are the woke mob. Definitely. No. Only the cops they build in their factory. Only the cops they build in their factories? Very well, why are we tolerating this shit? I'm gonna wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. Do they have prosecutor badges? An ID for a parking garage? Okay, I guess that counts. Just don't wear it in the open. This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession. Breaking out the thesaurus on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a percent rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. Terms are stark, but in the ink dries a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. Don't recall voting for it. Not voting is how these things come to pass, so. Trade freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with responsibility of authority, only with authority being challenged. They treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are, sometimes law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over the people the same regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do you do? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you think. Times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. They're perfect for each other. I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels. And trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. They're perfect for each other. Brightzilla texts you. Just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his data pad had the name blacked out. Oof.
Yeah, that was a really good dual monologue. Um, hmm. Yeah, of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to, he wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated, which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? Hmm. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. Hmm. How do you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. Must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. I'm gonna open the one that says Morg on it. Hey! Hi. How are you? I want to know more about you. Like, right now. Like, immediately. Like, why are you not already a profile? Oh, hey. Come on in. Don't stand out there in the cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yes. 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 Likes accessories, reality TV, palm reading. Oh, okay. Well. Dislikes social media, dress codes, ebooks. Okay. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Yeah, I can work with this. I can work with this. Yeah, I can work with this. That, like, split pants, you know, with the belts and... Oh, yeah. She's got a mod also. Nice. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner, not some adder junior, means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi, and you're... Morgan, I represent the deceased. Deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Canonically trans character. Perfect. Let's see. Sato. See, it doesn't say anything there, but you know, we'll get the truth. Hospital's getting renamed. No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. Ikaria. In a ribbon cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plata Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. Yeah. Renovated and renovated, known as the Scout Arena. The renovation to the orchestral hall. Okay. Yeah. For drawing blood, then donating it back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practice that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. Ooh. Renogen Medical over 25 years ago, and subsequent sales, the Ikaria have moved out of their business world into the upper echelons of society. They're sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. Red Decade? What the fuck is it? Okay. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones comfortable with that are... Alright.
Let me get a save on the book. Yeah. Just ask some good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so, boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. That's so ridiculous. Just 4 new monitors every year? Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Girl! ADHD queen. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work. Helps me use up the screens. I see. Honestly, I can't not fuck her. Yeah, is it just that? Alright. These all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It's just a backlog which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my jobs involve confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want me to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. What can be proved? What does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout? I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to letting a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. I didn't even realize it was. Really cute the skin is. That's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. Early gens all look flushed, feel like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency? Right. So what can I tell you? Yeah, cause of death, sure. Let's just skip straight to that talk. Well, yeah, sure. Well, cause of death, sure. Got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood. Not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness. Then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resurrection through resuscitation. Not resurrection. That's a different thing entirely. They tried necromancy. That's what they tried. Through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time we got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's tuned into quite the puzzle. I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show. What's a biome? Oh. No, we're rich. Yep. Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or for implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on individual vital signals. Okay, so basically it's an implanted Fitbit or whatever. Let me just clear that. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Let's do that. Talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. Alright. Only alcohol. Okay. I think he was drugged with the what's it called? UAD. I think he was drugged with UAD. After he died, we performed the broadest screens possible. Nothing. Alright, so leaning into my hoarse voice for her is maybe not actually helping me. So you're forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. Huh. Okay. Seems the best explanation. What the hell did David do? Or did you do, David? Said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks. Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, that would make it keep its formula from going on the what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patient first, and a use later. Patent first, yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bear the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. Sorry, saying that they don't have a formula on file so they can lie and just be like, yep, that's ours. Death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back, but for the rest of the field, wow, corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified, but wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe ones that's prescription only or a controlled substance. One you might know by another name, but with a patent structure. Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. The effect was unremarkable. What about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams. Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so. Ooh. Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies. Oof. Ready to view the body? You could skip it if you want. No! Show us the dead body, girl. No, corpses are great. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's get started. Alright. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. Last time we talked was on a Sunday? You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had to order this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It came damaged, and you wanted to send it back for a refund. Gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shouting at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and that was obvious. Should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. Looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale and he's very still, but his face is the same, his hair, his hands. You expecting something more drastic? Last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead. Something is gone, and I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might still not be capable of it, and I wonder why. Why was created not be capable? Could be an issue of skill issue, cope. Or Pay the fine. It's not. Yeah. Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman, sorry to disappoint. Hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? You have your cigarette backwards. Move. Girl. Rookie mistake. Yeah, depressants aren't really a drug thing, you know. Yeah. Honestly, this is really weird though. That's the effect that stuff has on me. Like, I just like anything that's intoxicating just makes me fall asleep, you know? So, I don't know. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very... Rockford's orders have got me on a call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Nice. Good. Glad to hear it. Why do you, Greenie? My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Alright. I haven't been doing her noir voice this entire session. In fact, I stopped doing her noir voice at some point during last night because, you know, I run through my voice very quickly during visual novel days. But I'm gonna, for this, I'm gonna try the noir voice. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skyways and under tram lines, the buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lockcoon, Tethys, Nith, each of them sheltering their own micro city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotted fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah, answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to our representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well, Should I start there? No, we'll have their guard up, of course, but even that will let me tell me something where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History! Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How do you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? I mean, yeah, she definitely was brooding. No. Why? What do you ask? My father, I know you were his friend, but what was your relationship like? Can you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is... not significant. Say I don't have enough followers? Essentially. Oof. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school, or anything else really. David, though, he had talent and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? No, he was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It's kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly, the belle of the ball? You weren't. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. I wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father, I crammed for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. Or 26. Or 30. Or my eventual 48. I was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. Gave him a placebo. Ah. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes, just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. Surprised that father stayed close with you after that. Stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was all too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing tests in the year since. Yeah. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. At the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. I mean, yeah, that's sometimes how you do, girl. Quality over quantity. That's good, yeah. Glad they listened. He helped you pay for your apartment. Alright, that's nice. Then made up excuses why he couldn't help me move boxes. Fair. With enough detail for you, thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. It's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Ooh, secret favor. The favor is a secret. Interesting. The plot thickens. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are all a lot alike, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissist paranoia, so monumental in the scale of their hubris that need to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Yeah? Hmm. Yay, investigation. Hmm. Why aren't there birds in here? Well, because what they do are the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. I mean... Hmm. Hmm. It's part of the corporate culture. Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where we live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo is above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Yeah? I mean, this is a really huge... Yeah. Yeah, doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Okay, so... Yeah. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. I'm sorry, sour. If they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan, that's me. Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Are you wearing... Are those mods? Or like some sort of weird glove thing? Or... Interesting. Evan Dawes. Did I get your profile? Yes. Alright. Occupation, Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control, likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes, first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Egg. Big time egg on that. Proud of his. Practiced handshake? Oh my god, we definitely got another egg. Struggles with solving captures. Being a robot girl would being a robot girl would save her. Hair starting to gray. Let me just really... It's an afterthought. What? Oh, like it's an afterthought? What's the name compared to place you're in? Your place in the... No. What's a name because you just don't feel attached to it. Something about it just doesn't seem quite right. Something about just who you are
doesn't feel like you. Girl, get her some estrogen stat. You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have. Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, this is... unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 from Mirror, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects, but you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building, that could mean anything, from down the hall to half a day's hike. The product line on B9 should have everything we need. We do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, and they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart. As long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. Girl is very good at casing the joint. I can't tell what is and isn't a camera in this future tech. I presume that any ads working the building are a camera, of course. But beyond that, I can't really see anything. Oh, and who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way, because it's not even included. Oh, well, ads, but not mods. Fair. All right. Oh, piss me off. Yeah. Oh, they're building Animate 16s? Huh. I didn't think that it look so industrialized to build a warm android. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. Just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Yeah, it's hard to imagine that she might have been something like this. How do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. Oof. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a bit dead-end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions.
Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A-16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly, we created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Asher? Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carried commands from the central nervous OS to the individual muscles across the chassis. Synthetic analog serotonin. Alright. Helen Chung. Alright, okay. Brainchild from the VP. But hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Chung before? Young, not Chung. Young. My brain. Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Did he partner with her on this? Interesting. Android calibration device? I guess, yeah. Well, looks a little, is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? 3D printer! Yeah. That's the nano-grade elementary manufacturing manufacturer, for short. Real high-quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randoc Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Flash fab? Method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting system of billions of small structures in minutes or even seconds. Wow. 3D printer for nanomachines. Build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? Their raw materials are cheap, literal, elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome, building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Time consuming. Still nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in. Oh no! It's not AUD that killed him. Nanites killed him. Nanites killed David. Yeah. So when he went to the lab to get, when he went to the basement to get the whiskey, he did grab it and grab the cups, and then he dumped some nanomachines in one of the cups, probably the intention to poison the guest, but then the cups got swapped or something, maybe. Or maybe he poisoned them both, and the other person just was able to fight it off somehow. They had the antidote. They had the kill switch. I don't know. On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. Alright. Cartoons and puppets and toys, like that are damn near... Mm-hmm. Through the lens of this gives a character, and there's to assert that the uncanny valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach the ultimate peak, traveling any further only has diminished returns. Implications of this idea are far-reaching. I soon reach. Designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable. A hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? How am I supposed to know if... How am I supposed to know what noble is? Do they say? I guess that means they're wary of it? I guess they are, huh? I didn't get that from, okay. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I still don't, oh, there it is. Well, but, you know, but they're dismissive of it because they are making life robots, you know? It did seem that the, I don't know, you know? Yeah, they're close to running the hypothetical peak, but if they're dismissive of the concept, then you know, that means that they can just keep working without. Yeah, but if they're dismissive of the concept, then they can just keep working without, like, that's what they're doing. They're just keep pushing it without really caring. They're dismissive, right? Not wary. Otherwise, I don't know. Being wary of it would make sense. It's wise of them, but they're a corporation. I doubt that they actually are, and then no information in that article indicated that they were wary of hitting that line. Just that they are pushing it, you know, which would indicate dismissiveness. I don't know. Red to pink. Okay. Organic fluids used in the production of warm removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from animal. Okay. Okay. So, Psychopop pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when the android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Yeah. We're still... Oh, there's something. Mm-hmm. Yep. HR. Let's see. In the future... Shit. I have no clue how to redefine HR in that context. Like... Has the good recreationals? I don't know. That's really stretching it. That's really stretching it. Mm-hmm. Oh, it just says yeah, so there being common overdoses in the company. Yeah, just okay. Casually. Overdose, that is not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days. Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped green? Yeah, it used to be pills. Greens to go get you going, yellows to keep you there. Swallow red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner, as he says? Understood. Right, then what are we looking at here? Whoa, there's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess? You know, Tesseract? All noble products and, well, pretty much all products period are programmed in Tess. Tesseract. Programming language, yeah. Tenet system, and uses an industrial around the globe to code software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react. Okay. Globalization, the standards of centuries, means that that's what we use. Alright. The gradual erasure of many spoken languages could be the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Aw, shit. Virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language, the study and teaching of others' older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Yeah, okay. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial programming, processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... No, wow. He had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? Tenets. I guess that, like, its own laws. Robotic, you know... Tests were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio of 3 priorities that governs how to preserve human life. Yeah, the 3 laws, we know. So then the number of supporting tenants have ballooned to 113. Most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry, looking to better define relative financial value. Ugh, of course. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag on programming determines this. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was Tenant Safety 0, aka Tenant 0. Tenant 0 said, Tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstance Defense Contractors. resulting widespread adoption. Yeah. The next adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sector. This is no longer required, though Tenant Zero may still be added to particularly benign or mundane softwares as good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Okay, well, you know. I'm glad the corporations have added the things that they need to better ensure financial viability and ensure that their droids are able to kill humans. You stepping in traffic or dropping a baby? You mean things that she's probably done? Something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk in traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels? Most cars are dependent on the center of gravity. Like this Sarah Russell, a public disturbance... public disturbance walker? I don't know what that is, but okay. Oh! For riot suppressions. Okay. Well, her edit logs were tampered with, which means that someone wanted to stay. Yeah, I might see. Someone wanted to stay secret in this project. Someone didn't want to be attached with it. And she's like an A16, but came at it from a different place. So I guess some convergent evolution on this front, you know? No, don't clear her up. No. Grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23, that's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearance has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be that they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents and the first lawsuits and the hearings and the legislature and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. Or was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment? Oof. Was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their assets covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a request tenant, so the list just ballooned until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects v. Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. Oof. Most tenants can't even have talk with them. Inside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. Most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate outcomes for this. No room for your human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits. Okay. Stingy. Oh. What's Sarah's valuation? Okay, it's not actually... Totals to a very large sum. They're not actually going to give me a number. Okay. That's fair. That means they'd have to, like, settle on, like, what the baseline is in this setting. Like, all right, what how much has inflation actually hit us, you know? Like a copy his accent? See to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? Ah, she definitely does autistic mirroring. Cool. Choose to make sure keep those to yourself, you know, no tenant required. Why are you so concerned about registering me in the first place? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. Android can't get arrested. People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great. Put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Okay, yeah. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient. Forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. Noble wanted to shut me down. They wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. True. Oh, hey, girl. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. Ah, yes. An autistic after my own heart. I always liked this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Just Miss is fine. Miss Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to ask about the weather. Let's see. Yeah. Likes, red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes, working from home, shopping online, waiting. Languages, fluent in 3. Enjoys, attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Aww. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him, trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative. He was great, but that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly. Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition, very recent in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Aha! Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them to his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his superior on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Yeah. I just realized... Sorry, my brain realized that Sato was an option for that. Damn, I don't have enough credits anymore. Alright. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. Can't imagine why the police cleared you. And you are well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise, the company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And... so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. Dave was my colleague for several years. If I were in his shoes, I would have questioned as well. It's for my sake. No, well, my reasons are purely selfish. Only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? Went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. Building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. Felt ill around 8. So you spent half an hour together? Why the late call in person? We'd had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so... Talking about the good old days? They're both new. Okay, cool. 7 or 8 years ago. Putting a number on it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... we spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. Firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted a toast. He got up, walked back to his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. Came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No, I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. Penumbra's emergency protocols summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. I went with them to the hospital, I take it. Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. TCC SOP? Oh? Was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious. Restless perfectionist David? No. I guess it doesn't. What the fuck is CCE SOP? God. Standard operation CCE SOP, standard operating procedure. A moment ago, what is that? Counter corporate espionage, which is just industry's doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. Yeah, okay. Training for how to react to murder, assassination attempts as a leadership workshop trainings. Yay. Wait a second. That's smart, like snipers. That's terrible, like Did David use Morgan's? Was Morgan's psyche used as part of the makeup for Sarah? That would be. But like, make her not a psychopath. Oh, no. Yuck. Ugh. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do you people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Double's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. That's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. He must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. Yeah, if they work together, then... Deadline? Self-imposed, yeah. We want to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 o'clock p.m. rolls around, people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams of sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. Clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looks at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day. We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just at us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends a message, and I'm not ready to clap, so I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day, and we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before, then ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. Got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Yeah. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. Wait a second. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? God, these corporate jargon. No. Oof. He was... Oh, misunderstandings and double bookings? Damn. Scandalous. Creator started last Halloween and began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of 4 Androids. I played my part, supervising launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed Synatonin, the factor that enables communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, Synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins. He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters? No. He used to stick to Steadfast's role as a software architect. 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that, just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. No, not a pet project, a daughter project. David didn't trust anyone higher in the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Well, yeah, yeah. I never had any discrepancies with his company credit card. Company's accounts are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, they would have been in uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. Couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchased the raw materials himself. I don't understand. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. No. No, he was proud of Sarah. He was proud of his daughter. I know it. I just know it. Oh, Fran. Yeah, I'm not sure what to believe at this point. Would you kindly? Sounds like a powerful technique. It's like, Zhenjiao. Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Is it possible that you are out of shape? Oh. No, but since we left the cab, your heart rate has not wearing the right clothes or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. And you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? Girl. Yeah, you know, if you're telling me it's a short walk and then suddenly it's like all across town and like up some stairs, yeah, no. Fuck you. No, it makes perfect sense. I love animals, but I'm not really good at taking care of pets. Same thing, Animals, great. Taking care of, a little animal that needs constant. No, same reason why I'm not really gonna be a mother anytime soon. I mean, that and the fact that I'm single. Well, I'm not single, but I'm not really in a, yeah. Well, yeah. Aw, Sarah's shy. Can I try petting it? Pet the dog. Ultraviolets. Are we gonna meet Ultraviolet herself? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. What the hell? I sent you his I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you... Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout, but Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started out working in Cube, so in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand, or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Well. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. Oh, okay, cool. Take a cube as a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. Ugh. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From, like, the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Oh, well, Sarah likes early 21st century punk rock. Huh. Good for her. But yeah, this really doesn't seem like David's kind of place, you know? Some kind of club where you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things. Yes, I can. Like Android food? Only user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Something like what mods users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. No, it's not like dog food at all. Buy it from the pet store? Seems that you can. How is... You can buy your Android chow from the pet store, everybody. Marbled beef? Ooh. Never hydroponic avocados fragua. Oh, beef. Famously, Contra fighter engineers utilized cubes during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Damn. From the old net. Okay, so we've got a new net. All right, but yeah, Never Hydroponics is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the what I made. So the farm equivalent of a free range, I guess. Well, the crop equivalent of free range, like beef, you know, free range chicken. Hmm. Oh, look! In the... Look, they've got crop towers. Like the carrot tower. Or, hmm. I want to make sure I find everything. There it is. I knew there had to be something if it was. Exclusive sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips, you've seen her face in magazine and commercials, and then double checked to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, and perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand. I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... Luxury, huh? Certainly influential after partnering with you. Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yeah, I'm happy for them. Of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Sigh. Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars. Every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Oof. Yeesh. Ash. Yeah? Nah. Fair. I mean, yeah, she can, but then they're gonna just sue her out of existence. I don't think she's really got that much power, apparently. She's stuck in the rock and the hard place, but oh well. Yeah. Well. Likes. Itineraries, grilling, champagne, dislikes, resistance training, procedures, ads. The best at, gift giving. The worst at, folding laundry. Fave quote, I don't do requests. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, they were dating. Okay. Yeah. I can see it, honestly. I can see some of the appeal. Yeah. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take his call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes, and he'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. He'd tick me off. One night, things were slow, and my set had been canceled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he'd insist on coming here, night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until... There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point I started to understand where his priorities were. And how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me, testing him. Like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. Yeah, bro. Just talk, you should just talk to him. Bro, that's not at all... Appeal lost, honestly. Gotta talk. Yeah. Watch him sit there all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended... Called him, didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ads or whatever. But he answered, first ring, without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off, so I told him exactly how valued it had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Hung up after that. And the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He made that easy for me. First of all, that's not what happened. But second of all, bro, you can't, doing the whole just pulling away from someone and testing them to see if they'll reach out kind of deal. That doesn't work. I know that I was asking. Hmm. He went off on AI. But she's... Yeah. And by AI, I mean our real world version of AI, not actual AI. Because actual AI is definitely outlawed, but AI in the machine learning sense is what he's definitely just yelling about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's fair. Compared to you on a goddamn spot. Yeah, that's a very autistic response. Um. Yep. Back to the apartment. All right. Hmm. The other angle, inductive versus deduct, flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? Seen mystery films. Let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed Dave? 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? How do you know that? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything. Practice by answering my questions. I suppose it's possible? But highly lucky, he would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms, so all we're left is oral intake, eliminating the impossible. What's next? Young's cooperative system was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home, except for his cup. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, back to 0. If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make the claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. I think there are. What do you mean? Every console, every corner, every Android, and every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra, except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Alright. I'll need your express verbal command. Not like David could press charge against us at this point. Do it. Alright, do it. Do it, do it. Alright. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. If you gone past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Behind your hibernation unit? False wall in the back of a safe? I don't understand. Oh, I see, I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Well, Oh, following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event in Sakmat. Copenhagen, 1981, 10 a.m. local time. Why are we talking about something that happened like over 100 years ago? Or about 100 years ago? Whatever. He has a bomb in his suitcase, then he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. Security guard approached him from behind with his nightstick and swings. The man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and then the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had split personality. Oh, come on. He physically changed from taller, bulky. That's not... Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. Yeah, that's... I don't... What? Where did she even learn that? Huh. Hmm. 2 years old, but she was manufactured as a teen. All right, we already went over this. This is classic. This is classic. My life as a teenage robot. You know. Mocktail. It's a rolling ladder, kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. Okay, so ladder and it's important to know the distinction. All right, well. Officially less cultured than the robot. Well, damn. Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is Tethys Basic Sturdicure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It's a closed system. If-then toggle. Huh. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. The door would never open so long as I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning, this is a door that only I can open. It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. You and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? That comes to mind. I'm saving here because there's no way I'm gonna get this on the first. Or no way, I'm gonna get this right away. I don't know. shit. And it's any 6, not just numbers? Yeah. Fuck. Ha, ha. It just give me a hint. Is it a word or is it numbers? If it's a word, I think I have a better chance. But numbers, I'm fucked if it's numbers. Yeah. I'm just not good at numbers. It's a word? Okay. So it's a word. Okay. Let's go through this. Replaying all the interactions that I've been shown of the two of them. I have all 6 letter words that have been involved in them. It's not Sarah. It could be Morgan. Okay. Not everyone. What? Oh, there was a nickname. I don't remember him calling you a nickname. Shit. Let me just. No offense. I just need to. So I can get to here. Yeah, but I'm still. I know, but it has to be something he definitely said, or something that was in. It's gotta be in an evidence briefing, right? No. It's not Young's story. Sarah evaluation. David's autopsy. I am not looking for another. I'm not. I no more hints. I'm not. I don't know what you're. I don't know what your hint is trying to indicate. So I'm not. Upset. But like I'm trying to. If I ask for something more, I'll ask. But. Nobody knows her first name, but Evangeline is too. Evangeline's too long and Angel's too short. Of course, my backlog's not gonna go back far enough. Just tell me, is it something I would be able to find by going through the stuff I have, or is it, or am I out of luck if I literally, if this is something that was said at some point, and if I didn't register in my brain, I'm screwed? If it, just tell me if it is in something, anything that I have on hand. Don't tell me what kind of thing it's in, just if I have it at all. Okay, it's been something that was said, but it's not something that was logged in any of my... In any of this, was it? Logged fucking... No, yeah, the convo log is basically useless for anything that wasn't just said. Like, the convo log is, like, not even to the beginning of the scene. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not asking about the convo log. I'm asking if it's in any of my files. And, 20 milligram total. What the hell is talk screen? Of course. Fucking stupid ass game flaunting in my face for the entire last 4 hours. What is this? Do you have a secret? It's even more secret studio. It's a panic room. Okay. Panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. Oh, Twitch froze? Okay, I'm sorry. I stared at it for a second. I was reading through all my evidence, and then I was running in the background just a bunch of stuff, and then I realized that yeah, I figured it out. But I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy at all. Smell? Better than humans and some canines. Well, that is, yeah. Doesn't to me, almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone's visited here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. I don't think the console is password protected. 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. David set a password on his PC after all that. I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Fair. Good, it's already signed in. Looking for camera footage. Her eyes are glowing. If you search for video files, they'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. Fair, but... I mean, I was having trouble coming up with 6-letter words that I could put in at all. Everything I came coming up with was either like 5-letter or 7 letters. I was like, 6 letters? 6 letters? That's not the number of letters I need to know for Wordle. Try double-clicking. Oh, shit. He encrypted his own files with his own proprietary encryption? God. Yeah. Two to 6 hours. Okay, that's not bad. That's not that bad, honestly. Yeah, don't complain. 2 to 6 hours is a phenomenal. That's amazing estimation for how long it would take to break an encryption. Like, background processing, yay. Alright. No, he didn't shut the door on your face. You have Sarah, who will do it in 2 to 6 hours. Like, what more do you want? A platinum bar? Yeah, his birth certificate. At the bottom, a binder. In the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Oof, his employment contract? Jeez, that's gonna be, yeah. It's not a light read. Yeah, that's a lot to go through. Oh, good. There's legal documentation. Good, good. Documentation. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. That's irritating. Charges a multiplier of 5.7. 5 point up. Ugh. Fuck you. Fuck you, capitalism. Fuck you, future. How long is the court sequence? Cause it's been a bit. It's been like 5 hours of playing now, and we're only just now getting to court. So can you give me a general estimation of how long it'll take me to get through the trial? Or the preliminary, what was it called? The preliminary hearing? You're the aggressor. She just wanted to watch stuff. What do you mean? I'm sorry. You're gonna have to roll this back. I swear last night you said that you could do this entire episode in like 4 hours. Are you fucking with me? Just fucking... I don't know what's real anymore. Okay, so is there multiple days in each case? Or in each episode? Like, episode 0 is only so long, but episode 1... Did you mean episode 1 or day 1? Did you just said day 1? Did you mean day or episode? Because... Okay. So I'm only like halfway done. Day? So I'm like not even halfway. I'm like halfway-ish done with the chapter then. I wouldn't have done this today if I'd known this. Also complex, so detailed, but the characters on the screen are exaggerated, larger than life. Actors enunciate the right language, price, meaningful. Once we get to court, I'm saving, and we're being done with this today. Watch, learn. Do you like movies? Oh, she was a kid. Okay. Oh. Oh, you don't remember what your favorite movie is? Sad. I gotta save in right here, because I don't know exactly at what point in the court. I can't save. I swear you're at the courthouse. Westfall Courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Alright, well, nope. We're at the courthouse. We're done. Yeah. Is this the stopping point you'd recommend, or should I run it just a little bit further? Because, I mean, Damn it. Yeah, okay. Well, next time when you say like 4 hours, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna need you to fact check yourself. Cause Cause okay, if I think y'all keep pushing me, trying to say, oh, take breaks between Phoenix Wright games, like as if doing something else between games, like I'm still playing games. So the fact that this is now a 3-session break between Phoenix Wright, that means it's not a break. That means this is definitively not a break. Like a 1-session game as a break between stuff. Sure, maybe I can you know, I guess that's a little bit of a breather, but like 3 sessions, that's not a break. This has not been a break. I am not doing this between every Phoenix Wright game. That would mean I'd be playing Phoenix Wright for like 4 years. I am not doing that. So yeah, I guess on Sunday I will finish this instead of starting Phoenix Wright, the next Phoenix Wright game. And then so you have a total of 7 hours. Well, but episode 1. How are you going through this at like twice the speed of me? Because it took me like 4 hours to do episode 0, and I've been doing this for 5 hours now. Jeez. Alright. Yeah. I mean, I read fast too, but I guess I'm trying to let y'all also. Yeah, I'm commentating, but still. That seems like a big discrepancy in time. Oh well. I guess we're finishing this on Sunday instead of starting Phoenix Wright 2. And then yeah. Still feels like a big discrepancy in the time. But yeah, we'll finish this on Sunday instead of starting Phoenix. Yeah, so I've already said that like twice now. But we are not taking a break between every Phoenix Wright game. All right, we'll get a break next time. Once episode 2 releases, we'll play that when the next episode ends. But I'm done. No, we're just playing all the Phoenix Wright games straight through at this point. You know, I've given you, I've done too much already. I need to finish those games, otherwise I'm going to be playing them forever. No, I'm enjoying this. I really am enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I just feel like if I'd known that it was going to take a lot longer, I would have done this as a Wednesday game instead of a Sunday game. You know? But I also probably would have pushed to do it as a Wednesday game when I wasn't doing Phoenix Wright, if that makes, which would be like a year from now. But I am enjoying this. I really am enjoying this. The problem is, yeah, it's because of its time and its and the content of the game. It fits weirdly into how I like to play things on stream and such. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I thought that was the plan. Episode 0 was one stream, and episode 1 was gonna be one stream, but episode 1 stream was supposed to be today. So yeah, you know. Well, okay, to be fair, that was the plan after yeah. Oh well. Well, if you want to watch the rest of this, you know, make sure you follow me so that you know when I'm going live for it. I also have a Discord. Keep up to date on when that'll be. I'll of course let you know with a bit more warning when things change, if I have warning. Yeah. It's been great. I'm really enjoying this game, but it is taking a while. At least it's not Phoenix Wright episode 5 long. At least it's not that long, but still, it's longer than I would have liked. For doing today, I would have found something different, or I would have timed this differently. I don't know. Oh well, my bad, my bad. Huh, I still had fun. This is a really good game. And full of good women. Women. I sure do like the Toxic Yuri. So, see y'all on Wednesday for a game about digging holes. And then we'll be back to this. Alright. I had a good time. Thank you, my stars, for